O God of time and eternity, we come to you because we are not perfect, but because we also need your mercy, wisdom, and love. By your grace, we are able to triumph over evil, living no longer for ourselves alone, but for you. Give our senators a vision of the goal that produces righteousness, unity, and justice. Use our lawmakers to bring understanding, peace, and patience to Capitol Hill. Empower them to serve the less fortunate, to bear the burdens of freedom, and to labor for your glory. And Lord, bless those who are going through this season of Lent. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, to which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Transportation, Ryan McCormack of Virginia to be Under Secretary for Policy.
The great senator from Iowa.
2 weeks ago, I talked about Lithuania, Independence Day. Yesterday, Estonia's Independence Day. Today, I have another country, but I don't want my colleagues to think that I'm going to be speaking about the Independence Day of all 200 nations on the face of this earth. In fact, I know very few of their Independence Day. But because the United States and my state of Iowa has a close relationship with Kosovo, I want to recognize that Tuesday, February the 17th, was that republic's Independence Day. That is the 18th anniversary of Kosovo's Declaration of Independence in the year 2008. Also, next month will mark 15 years of Kosovo's Iowa National Guard partnership. Many Iowa National Guard members have served in Kosovo, starting with a NATO mission there to working with the Kosovo Security Force as part of the National Guard State Partnership Program. Both my state of Iowa and Kosovo have found this partnership to be very beneficial, so much so that it has grown into a whole sister state relationship. Our Governor Reynolds and the president of the Kosovo exchange visit and keep in contact, and that close working relationship exceeds down to other Iowa and Kosovo government officials. Kosovo and Iowa have also developed close ties in areas like trade and education, in addition to the national security concerns of both countries. People from Kosovo have attended Iowa's educational institutions, and Kosovo has even established a consulate in our capital city of Des Moines. When you look at the polling of which countries have a favorable impression on the United States, Kosovo often comes up on top. I'm proud that my state has such a close relationship with arguably the most pro-American country in the world. Our state and the country of Kosovo both benefit from the ties that we continue to build. I know that both Iowans and people of Kosovo cherish our partnership, and I look forward to that partnership continuing to grow. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum. I don't need a copy.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Who made that resolution? Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last July, Republicans passed the landmark Working Families Tax Cuts into law. This is a bill that is full of wins for the American people. It delivers safer streets, puts more money in Americans' pockets, and it creates new opportunities to get ahead. Mr. President, as they file their taxes this year, hardworking Americans are beginning to see just how significant the tax relief in this bill is for them. Last week, I was home in South Dakota, and I heard directly from South Dakotans about the impact the Working Families Tax Cuts is having in our state. I visited manufacturing facilities. I talked to business owners. I even met with some accountants about what they're seeing as they file returns for their clients. And one thing is clear: the Working Families Tax Cuts is working for South Dakota. Mr. President, last week I joined a roundtable at Montgomery's in Sioux Falls, hosted by the South Dakota Retailers Association. I heard from a number of local businesses, from our car dealerships to a cupcake shop. And business owners from around South Dakota had positive things to say about the Working Families Tax Cuts. Todd Ferris, a Pizza Ranch franchise in Sioux Falls, hailed the much-needed certainty provided by the new tax law. Pro-growth provisions like bonus depreciation, research and development expensing, and the 199A small business deduction are now permanent, meaning businesses like Todd's can plan for the future and invest in their operations and in their employees. Jim Lake, who owns car dealerships around South Dakota, said that 100% bonus depreciation enabled them to build a large addition to one of his dealerships and hire 10 new employees. The owner of Harms Oil also talked about the significant investment from bonus depreciation that benefits South Dakota businesses and the communities they serve. And Paul Force from Agtegra Cooperative talked about how the 199A small business deduction is directly helping South Dakota farmers. He said his cooperative has opted to pass more than $100 million in 199A benefits directly to South Dakota farmers since the deduction was created in 2017. And the farmers have invested that savings into equipment, infrastructure, and jobs. And then there's the death tax that we passed. Mr. President, the death tax relief that we passed, and I mentioned at this roundtable, was at Montgomery's Furniture Store in Sioux Falls. And I think it's worth noting that Montgomery's has been a family-owned business since 1888, a year before South Dakota became a state. It's currently run by the fourth and fifth generations, and the South Dakota sixth generation is learning the ropes. Family-run businesses like Montgomery's aren't unique in our state. South Dakota is home to a number of family-owned businesses and family farms and ranches that have been passed down from one generation to the next. And thanks to the Working Families Tax Cuts, hardworking Americans who run their own businesses are breathing a sigh of relief, because this landmark bill protects a lot more family-owned businesses from a potentially devastating death tax bill when the business passes to the next generation, as well as costly estate planning expenses. And that is something that matters to a lot of folks who came to the roundtable last week, and for business owners, farmers, and ranchers across South Dakota. Mr. President, I've talked this morning about how the Working Families Tax Cuts provide tax relief to South Dakota businesses. Those benefits are significant. But I should note that what most excited the business owners at last week's roundtable wasn't the tax benefits for themselves. It was the benefits that their employees and their customers are going to see. Todd Ferris, the Pizza Ranch franchise, said this, and I quote, "The two that are going to help us the most, or at least our employees, are the no tax on tips and the no tax on overtime, which will give our employees more money, and we'll actually be able to give them more overtime." Melissa Johnson, who owns Oh My Cupcakes in Sioux Falls, said of her employees, and I quote, "With the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, it has already resulted in my employees having higher tax refunds so that they can buy things they need for their families. My head chef just bought a baby crib because of her higher refund. It's really affected my team in positive ways, end quote. And Eric Sinclair, who owns Montgomery's, had this to say, and I quote, "Anytime the general consumer can get more back in their pockets with tax cuts, we hope that they come into our stores and maybe buy something nice for their home, make their surroundings even more beautiful," end quote. Mr. President, by all accounts, those bigger tax refunds are beginning to land in hardworking Americans' bank accounts. The IRS is reporting a significant increase in the average refund this year. And just recently, I got this message from a retiree in South Dakota who I wrote, and I quote again, "Just did my income taxes, putting more money in my pocket than last year. I am not a billionaire or a millionaire, or even a hundreds of thousandaire, just a retired senior citizen who appreciates that the middle class gets a break once in a while," end quote. Mr. President, that's what the Working Families Tax Cuts is all about. And whether you're a small business owner, a farmer, a rancher, or a senior citizen, or someone just trying to make ends meet and provide for your family, the Working Families Tax Cuts puts more money in your pocket, empowering Americans to spend, invest, and save their money how they see fit. And it's setting our country and the American people up for a much brighter future. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader,
I again ask that the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 343, H.R. 6644.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 343, H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 343, H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to the McCormack nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
Mr. President, today, excuse me, one second. President.
Democrat leader.
Today, U.S. and Iranian officials are holding talks in Geneva as America stands at the brink of another potential conflict in the Middle East. Earlier this week, Senate leaders and I met with Secretary Rubio, and everyone is asking what the plan is with respect to Iran. And we're all looking for answers that the administration has refused to give. The issues we discussed in our classified briefing were very serious, and the American people deserve to hear it directly from the President and his administration. The administration should come clean and tell the American people exactly what the goal is in Iran. I've always said that confronting Iran and halting its nuclear ambitions requires a strategy, clarity, transparency. But thus far, we're getting none of that from the administration. The American people deserve answers. On Epstein, the way Pam Bondi and the Justice Department have handled the release of the Epstein files has all the stench of a cover-up. Yesterday, news outlets reported that several memos detailing a woman's accusation against the president from when she was a minor have been withheld from the public. We know these exit memos exist. An index of all the investigative materials confirm their existence. And under law, the law we passed unanimously here in the Senate, they need to be made public. Pam Bondi does not have the right to pick and choose which Epstein files to release to the public. Protecting the president from embarrassment is not her job. The American people were promised the truth, and Pam Bondi's job is to give Americans full access to the truth. What else is the administration keeping behind a lock and key? Is this incompetence, or is it a full-blown cover-up? Pam Bondi owes the American people some answers. Remember, the law Congress passed had very specific criteria for withholding the Epstein files. Protect victims' identities, protect the integrity of an ongoing investigation, or avoid duplication. Protecting Donald Trump's image does not fit any of these buckets. So I asked Pam Bondi, whose side are you on? The victims or the perpetrators? Now, the state of delusion and Democrats' plan to lower costs. There has never been a State of the Union where the president spoke for so long but had so little substance, so little truth. Tuesday night was 2 hours of Donald Trump's state of delusion. He's in a bubble. He doesn't know what's going on with the American people. All he wants to do is stroke his own ego. Donald Trump told the country that everything's great, that costs are coming down, that manufacturing is up, that he's going to fix health care, and that we're going to win so much that we don't know what to do. That's what he said. It's amazing. I ask very seriously, who else in America feels this way, that we're winning so much we don't know what to do? Maybe billionaires, but that's it. Today I want to talk about a couple of things that Donald Trump didn't mention during his 2-hour state of delusion. For one, Donald Trump didn't talk about how he'll bring down the cost of living. Ground beef is up 11%. Coffee is up 14%. Rent is up. And thanks to Donald Trump's tariffs, American families are spending over $1,700 more this year. $1,700 out of the average working family's pocket. That is a heck of a lot of money when people are struggling to pay the bills. Where is Donald Trump's plan to fix any of this? He said nothing. In a moment, I'll talk about what Democrats plan to do about this. But Donald Trump also talked about manufacturing. But he failed to mention that America is not creating manufacturing jobs. We are bleeding them. So many lies. He says we're growing manufacturing jobs. Well, look at this chart. These are the number of manufacturing jobs lost in the last year. In May, in June, in July, in August, in September, October, November, and December, we lost in every month. We lost manufacturing jobs, and Donald Trump just lies about it. This is the state of manufacturing in the United States. Manufacturing jobs are down by 100,000. We have shed manufacturing jobs every single month right after Trump's Liberation Day. Yet he lies about it. He just makes it up. Donald Trump has this uncanny ability which misserves human beings and particularly misserves presidents. He thinks by saying it so, it's true. And everyone will just believe him. Well, his minions believe him no matter what he says. But no one else. He talks past America. Again, we lost manufacturing jobs, Donald Trump. We didn't gain them. Trump also failed to speak about his plan to fix health care, because he has none. Donald Trump claims he will always protect Medicare, but that's false. CBO found that thanks to Donald Trump's big, ugly bill, the Medicare Trust Fund will run out 12 years sooner than before. In other words, Donald Trump has accelerated Medicare's demise by more than a decade with one single bill, which every Republican voted for in this chamber, but no Democrat, because we knew the damage to health care he was doing. Donald Trump also failed to mention anything about China. It's the second leading power in the world. The United States has lots of issues with China. Well, when was the last time a president of the United States avoided talking about America's biggest rival on the world stage during the State of the Union? The way Donald Trump handled China is an embarrassment. He promised to be tough on China, but he's playing with them with kids' clothes, giving them critical American technology, and his tariffs have failed to win any meaningful concessions. It doesn't have to be this way. Americans deserve better than a president and a Republican Party that thinks affordability is a made-up word. Later this morning, I'll join my colleagues, Senators Cantwell, Lujan, Booker, and Welch, and experts from across the country to talk about how we lower food costs, how we make trips to the grocery store less painful for families, and how we fix the structural problems that keep prices high, like the consolidation in the food industry. Today's roundtable is part of a larger Senate effort by Senate Democrats that to all year long talk about how we will drive costs down, because we don't believe affordability is some kind of hoax. He called it a hoax. That was insulting to America. He seems to have fun insulting people. That's what it seemed like up there on the State of Delusion stage that he occupied. Affordability is the most real thing in the lives of the American people economically. In the weeks and months ahead, we're going to go issue by issue, taking the time to dig in and rolling out serious practical battle plans to bring costs down. We started a month ago with housing, and I'm proud of the work Democrats are doing to lower housing costs. We'll soon take on energy and electricity. We'll take on child care. We'll take on health care. Lowering costs will be the Senate Democrats' North Star in 2026. Let me repeat that so America and our Republican colleagues hear it. Lowering costs will be Senate Democrats' North Star in 2026. And the conversations we have today about high food prices will lay the groundwork for real legislation. So when Democrats have the majority, we can deliver real relief and bring down the cost of living. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk call roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this week, President Trump called attention and paid tribute to families who lost loved ones who were killed by illegal immigrant criminals. Now, these are known as angel families. On Monday, President Trump declared February 23rd National Angel Family Day. On Tuesday, during the State of the Union, when we were both there, the President honored a heartbroken angel mother, a mother who was there in the audience from the state of Texas, because her 16-year-old daughter, Lisbeth Medina, was brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant. Lisbeth's killer had a criminal background, should not have been in our country. Just like Laken Riley, the nursing student who had been brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant, Lisbeth dreamed also of becoming a nurse. Think of all the lives that could have been helped and saved had hers not been stolen away. Republicans are determined to ensure that no more families are forced to feel this sort of pain. During his State of the Union address, President Trump asked a single and powerful question. He said to the entire chamber, everyone, Republicans, Democrats, everyone there, he said, if you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. He then presented the statement to the American people. This is the statement. He said, the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal immigrants. So what happened? Republicans stood up and cheered, as they should, as should every American citizen, for putting American citizens first. Not a single Democrat that I saw stood up. They sat on their hands. They sat in the chamber. They refused to stand to the important statement of the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. To me, that revealing moment said it all. Now, I've said it many times before. I'll say it again. Democrats care more about illegal immigrant criminals. Every one of them on the other side of the aisle care more about illegal immigrant criminals than they do about the safety and the security of the American people. That's wrong, Mr. President. That's not what our country is all about. Mr. President, we're now 13 days into the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. It's another Democrat shutdown. They're the ones that shut it down, a shutdown against American safety and security. That's who those people are. That's what they believe in. That's why they would not stand the other night during the President's State of the Union address to support American citizens as opposed to illegal immigrant criminals. Look, the Department of Homeland Security stands between illegal immigrant criminals and the American people, between terrorists and American citizens. And yet this is the very department that the Democrats have decided to shut down. We funded 96% of the government through the usual approach that we do, the Appropriations Committee, and they refuse that last 4% of government because that is the 4% that deals with the Department of Homeland Security. So today, these heroes that protect American lives, they are working without pay. It's wrong. We're talking about TSA agents, Secret Service agents, the Coast Guard who patrol our coastal waters, our nation's cybersecurity, 260,000 people in all working without pay. The Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security, or at least refused to pay them. They're still working, but they're not getting paid because of the Democrats. Funding the Department of Homeland Security is about protecting American citizens. That's the fundamental role of government. It's not coddling illegal immigrant criminals, which is what the Democrats seem to want to do, especially criminals who brutally murder American citizens. Republicans have offered fair terms to fully and immediately fund the Department of Homeland Security. What do the Democrats say? Well, they continue to make unreasonable and unserious demands. Democrats want the Department of Homeland Security to remain closed. It's very evident from their statements. Democrats have submitted a laundry list of demands in order for the government to fund the Department of Homeland Security. They demand harsh restrictions on cooperation between the federal government, state government, and local officials. Mr. President, you'd want them all to work together. I mean, wouldn't it be better if we coordinated efforts at the state, local, and national levels? Of course. Democrats are demanding an outright ban on immigration enforcement at so-called sensitive locations. So they have a list of sensitive locations. One, Mr. President, astonishingly, the first time this has ever appeared in any of their list of demands, but it's now here, they want a sensitive location for protection of illegal immigrants to be polling places. Why are illegal immigrants in polling places? It's illegal for them to vote. That's who the Democrats are. That's who their support is. That's what they're trying to do, protect illegal immigrant criminals. Their demands are driven not by the protection and safety of the American people, it's for the protection and safety of illegal immigrants, and it's just flat out wrong. Flies in the face of who we are as American citizens. Mr. President, the Democrat demands are driven not by the traditional Democrats of yesterday. Oh, no, they are driven by the extreme Democrats of today. And it's the extreme Democrats of today, Mr. President, who have captured and are controlling today's Democrat Party. The Democrats of yesterday is gone. This is a party under the control of the radical left, a party that calls for defunding the police, a party that encourages defying the law, and a party that refuses to stand when they're asked to support the citizens of America. Mr. President, the Democrats' demands, they are reckless, they are radical, and they are dangerous. The Democrats demand compromise public safety. They fly in the face of the rule of law. They turn America into a sanctuary country. That's not what the American people want. The danger is real, Mr. President. The cartels remain a serious and deadly threat. Just this week in Mexico, they launched a violent new drug war. This violence started after the Mexican military, encouraged and assisted by the United States, eliminated one of Mexico's most powerful drug lords. As the cartels spread chaos across Mexico, they also seek to harm law enforcement officers inside America, inside our own country. ABC News has now reported that the Mexican cartels have placed cash bounties on ICE and Border Patrol officers living and working here in America. Cartels paying for damage, physical damage of ICE and Border Patrol agents serving here at home. They actually have a payment list. They offer $2,000 to dox an agent, including photos of the agent's family or details about the agent's family. They're paying $5,000 to $10,000 to kidnap or assault an enforcement officer, and $50,000 to murder a high-ranking official. That's what the Mexican cartels are up to these days, at a time that the Democrats here stand for the illegal immigrants but remain seated in terms of support for the American people. So think about it. Criminal cartels in Mexico have put a price on the heads of our law enforcement officers here at home in America. And yet the pro-crime Democrats here in the United States Senate, as part of their list of demands, are demanding that ICE officers remove their masks in the face of such assaults, making it easier for the cartels to get what they want, to go after their families. Look, Republicans are not at all going to accept these dangerous demands from the Democrats. Demands that make our communities less safe and demands that put our enforcement officers at increased risk. Mr. President, Republicans here in this body and across the country and most American citizens agree with President Trump. It is the number one duty of any government, and certainly ours, the number one duty of any government to protect its citizens, not illegal aliens. And Republicans will stand every day for the safety and security of our nation's citizens. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today is one of my colleagues from my office, Ms. Candace Humble. She's a member of my communications team. She is not responsible for anything I say. I'm losing her. She's not leaving government. She's going to work for the White House. Today is her last day, and I asked her to come down so that I could thank Candace publicly for all her extraordinary work and for giving so much to the people of Louisiana and the American people. About 90%, Mr. President, of my personal and political philosophy is don't hurt someone unless they're trying to hurt you first. Don't take other people's stuff and leave me alone. Let me live my life, exercising the free will and responsibility that God gave. Which leads me to my first topic, Mr. President. Iran. I'm not talking about the people of Iran. I'm talking about the political and religious leadership of the government of Iran. I'm talking about the Ayatollah and his followers. And in America, we separate government from religion. Not in Iran, thanks to the Ayatollah. The government tells you what religion to practice. The government is the religion. Now, everybody has the right to believe what they want. I'll tell you what the Ayatollah believes. He's Muslim. But his strain of Islam says that if you do not agree with his interpretation of God, then you deserve to die. You do. And he acts on that belief. Now, let me say again, the Ayatollah is entitled to believe what he wants. I was raised a Presbyterian. My parents founded 2 Presbyterian churches. When Becky and I got married, Becky was a Methodist. I was a Presbyterian. We compromised. I became a Methodist. I'm entitled to believe what I want. But the Ayatollah not only thinks that I'm going to hell because I don't agree with his religion, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill Americans and Israelis and anybody who does not believe in his jihad and drink our blood out of a boot. And he's acted on that. I don't need to tell you, Mr. President. I don't need to tell you. And he has acted on that. And that's not acceptable. Now, a lot of the people in Iran, the good people in Iran, don't agree with Ayatollah. If they disagree with him too loudly, he just kills them. Now the Ayatollah, it's actually been the case for the last, 10, 15, 20 years. The Ayatollah has decided he wants a nuclear warhead. Why should we care? I hear from some of my fellow Americans all the time, why do we need to be involved in Iran? Why should we care? Well, number one, we're not trying to start a war in Iran. The president is trying to end the war in Iran. If the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. He could use it against America. He could use it against Israel. I don't know who he'll use it against, and I hope I'm wrong, but he will use it. And you know what else will happen? As soon as he gets a nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia is going to get a nuclear weapon. And the UAE is going to get a nuclear weapon. And Japan's going to get a nuclear weapon. And South Korea, and I could go on and on and on. And the more nuclear weapons you have in the world, the more likely you are to have a nuclear war. But that's not the only thing the Ayatollah has done since he became the Ayatollah. He exports terrorism. He was the person behind Hamas and Hezbollah that have killed so many people throughout the world, not just in the Middle East, but across the world, including but not limited to Americans. That's why we ought to care. The Ayatollah also has conventional ballistic missiles and is building more as we speak. Now, those missiles can't reach America yet, but they're working on one, and they can sure reach our military bases in the Middle East. And they can sure reach Israel. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's why we should care. And finally, the Ayatollah, if you disagree with him, and we've seen it happen on TV, we don't know how many people he's hung in the last 6 months. We don't know how many people he's tortured. I've seen estimates as high as 50,000. So that's what this business with Iran is all about. We're not trying to be the world's policeman. We're trying to stop the Ayatollah from being the world's policeman, who's getting a lot of support from President Xi Jinping in China and Vladimir Putin in Russia and Kim Jong-un in North Korea. So that's where we find ourselves, trying to stop this war. And to the Ayatollah, I would say, Ayatollah, you're entitled to believe what you want. You can hate me. You can believe that. I know you hate me and what I stand for. You know how I sleep at night knowing that you hate me? With the fan on. That's your right. But you can't act on that belief. Put down the nuclear weapons. Put down the nuclear enrichment. Stop exporting terrorism to Hamas and Hezbollah. End your missile program. Stop killing and torturing your people. That's all we want. And he's doing that as we speak. He's at war. We're trying to stop it. I'm not about to tell the president, give the president any advice. He has intelligence that I don't have. And I respect the fact that he's being very, very, very deliberate and careful in making a decision. If we make a deal with Iran, let's make sure we have a protocol to enforce it. Because my experience in watching the Ayatollah through the years, I wouldn't trust this man if he was 3 days dead. I wouldn't trust him if he was 3 days dead. Anybody whose religion tells them that in order to be saved, they've got to go kill hundreds of millions of people, you can believe it if you want. But as far as I'm concerned, it's time to get a new religion. And that's what we're doing in Iran. Let me say it again. We're not trying to start a war. This war began a long time ago. We're trying to end it. Our president presiding today knows exactly what I talked about. He served honorably, at great physical, mental, and emotional expense in the Middle East. That's what we're trying to stop. Topic number 2, New Orleans. I love New Orleans. I'm not from New Orleans. I used to live there. Met my wife there. Used to live uptown. Used to practice law in New Orleans. I taught a little while in law school in Baton Rouge, but my first teaching job was going to be in New Orleans before I moved to Baton Rouge to get into government. I love New Orleans. one of the most unique cities in the entire world. So what I'm about to say, I say from my heart with love and affection, and as a former resident and frequent visitor. Here's my message to the political leadership of New Orleans. Get your act together. Get your act together. I don't go to New Orleans that I don't hear from my people down there, we need affordable housing. We need affordable housing. We need affordable housing. Let me tell you something. We spend a lot of money on affordable housing in America. Billions every year. The American taxpayer. Not state money, not local money. This is American taxpayer money. And we take that money and send it to states and local governments to build affordable housing for people who can't afford a home because the American people are so generous. And we do that through what's called housing agencies. Every state that I'm aware of has a housing agency, and many local governments have a housing agency. And the state housing agencies and the local housing agencies take this federal money and use it, given to them out of the goodness of the American taxpayer's heart, and use it to create affordable housing. And we've been doing that for years in New Orleans. There's a local housing authority called we call it HANO. The Housing Authority in New Orleans. It's run by a board of commissioners appointed by the mayor. Last year, I think we gave them $70 million. By we, I mean the American taxpayer. They've been around since 1937. The Housing Authority in New Orleans has a spectacular and impressive record of graft, corruption, mismanagement, incompetence, theft. You think I'm kidding? I came with receipts. It got so bad from 2006 to 2009 that the Housing and Urban Development in 2009 had to take them over, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. From 2006 to 2009, the chief financial officer of HANO stole $900,000, taxpayer money. A few years later, the guy running HANO's Section 8 voucher department, he just took a voucher for himself and paid his own rent. Skeleton head got caught. Boy, that really gave us confidence. In 2007, the feds had to step in and investigate. I think in some cases they prosecuted a vendor kickback scheme. In 2014, the director of the Housing Authority of New Orleans was investigated for giving out $1 million in no-bid contracts. Guess who they went to? The director's friends. An audit in 2010 found our auditors couldn't find $7.2 million. I could go on. I can give you a list as long as King Kong's elbow. Now, I'm tell you what's the most recent episode that has made me want to stick my head in the oven. We have a housing project in New Orleans called the Gust Homes Complex. It's in a part of our city called Central City. It's pretty big, not particularly well run, but it's pretty big. It's got a 12-story building that houses apartments, and I think they have some townhomes as well. And we provide housing, once again, the American taxpayer, to the elderly and the disabled. They can live there. And the Gust Homes complex, I'll call it Gust Homes, is run by HANO, the Housing Authority in New Orleans, the Board of Commissioners appointed by our mayor. The Housing Authority in New Orleans has an administrator. And I'm not denigrating her. I don't know anything about her. I'm just telling you what's going on. But the board and the administrator of the Housing Authority of New Orleans don't run GUST. They're supposed to. They went and hired a management company to run GUST. And the management company, its overhead is about $8 million a year. I'm not kidding you. That's money that doesn't go to provide housing to people. It goes into their pocket. I was looking at one of their consultants. They hired a consultant. I don't think she works there anymore. A Ms. Sherry, I'm going to mispronounce this name, Mr. President, Singh Suvana. Never met her. I do know that from 2003 to 2024, HANO gave her $660,000 as a consultant. I looked her up. Here's the way she describes herself. I am an author, a grief mentor, and an entrepreneur who has built a career around helping others navigate loss and find spiritual healing. $660,000 to her as a consultant. Isn't that special? Well, now, the management company running, and HANO, they've stopped paying the water bill for the people who live in the housing. They've run up a water bill for $1.5 million. They say they don't have the money. And the water company predictably says, well, hey, we've got to cut off your water. What are we going to do with these 310 folks? Elderly, disabled, that the American taxpayer gave money to for their housing. And now HANO's saying, don't pay the water bill. The water bill's wrong. I don't know who's right and who's wrong. But I'll tell you what else HANO is saying. HANO is saying the GUST project is a mess. Even though we've hired consultants out the wazoo and given them money, we've got a big vacancy rate. No kidding. They don't have running water. We've got a big vacancy, and there's too much deferred maintenance, so we want to start over. And by the way, we want the federal government to give us $60 million. When donkeys fly. Now, we got a new mayor in New Orleans. I'm delighted. We've got some new council people. They got to do their job. And I don't want to hear we're not responsible for HANO. The mayor appoints them. Get rid of the thieves. Get rid of the incompetence. Don't come back and ask for more money to fix your mistakes from the American taxpayer. The good people of New Orleans deserve that. They deserve better. Do better. The people living in this complex deserve better. I've had enough. I've just had enough. Fix it. And if you say, well, New Orleans, I know it's a sanctuary city. And they have their political beliefs, and by God, they're entitled to them. That's America. You can believe what you want. Okay? And they may disagree with the current administration in Washington. That's fine, too. This is America. And that's really got nothing to do with this. But you need to clean up your own act first. I don't know, I can't tell you how to do it, but the American people gave it the office. I can't tell you how to do it. Maybe you're going to have to borrow the money. Maybe you're going to have to actually raise taxes on the people of New Orleans. I hope not. But at some point, the money's got to come from somewhere. Get your act together before you come back to me or anybody else in Washington going, you got $60 million lying around. We not only can we not pay the light bill or the water bill, we want to tear the whole thing down and build a new one and have somebody else pay for it. Gag me with a spoon. Anyway, I'm going to miss Candace. Thanks for your good work, Candace. And Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator Louisiana.
Mr. President. Since we seem to have a little time, Mr. President, I wanted to cover.
We're on a quorum call.
I'm sorry, I asked that we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, since we have a little time, I know we've got a vote coming up, and I'm certainly not going to delay that. I like my life too much. But I want to spend a few minutes talking about the Department of Commerce. I had this discussion the other day with our Secretary of Commerce, Mr. Howard Lutnick, for whom I have great respect. One of the agencies in the Department of Commerce is an agency called the Census Bureau. And I know that it sounds like they count people, and they do, but they have a multitude of responsibilities. And one of their responsibilities is to define poverty level in America. Tell us who's poor. According to the Census Bureau, if you're single in America and you make $16,000 or less, you're poor. You're below the poverty level. If you're a family of two and you make $20,000 or less, you're at or below the poverty level. Family of three, $27,000. Family of four, $32,000. We take that seriously in America. Other countries will let you die in a ditch. We don't do that in America. It's one of the reasons we spend $1.4 trillion a year helping our neighbors who are poor. In our country, if you're hungry, we'll feed you. If you're homeless, we'll house you. If you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. That separates us from just about every other country in the world. I've been all over this world. I know the president has too. In other countries, they'll just let you die in the ditch. We don't do that in America. $1.4 trillion, that's how much we spend every year. That's taxpayer money. It didn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it. It came out of people's pockets. And if you go talk to the Census Bureau, I pointed this out to Secretary Lutnick. If you go ask the Census Bureau, how many poor people do we have in America? They'll tell you 11%. 1 out of 10 Americans. It's been that way since 1974. We've been spending $1.4 trillion a year, and the poverty level hasn't budged. 11%, they'll tell you. And they'll shout it from the rooftops. And when they get a letter from another agency going, we need some help, some research, how many poor people we got in America today, they'll tell you 11%. 11%. They're lying. It's a bald-faced lie. You know why? Because they don't count. They refuse to count all of the public benefits that the American people give to the poor. According to the Census Bureau, the only thing that counts is if you get cash from the federal government. We call that welfare. Temporary assistance for needy families. We have another program, I think, that pays cash. It's called WIC. But according to the Census Bureau, that's the way you define if somebody's is in poverty. You look at how much money they make, and on top of that, we consider cash transfer payments from the federal government. And when you do that, 11% are poor. What planet and what solar system did these people parachute in from? You know what they don't count? I'll tell you what they don't count. They don't count earned income tax credits. If I make a low enough income, let's say I make $15,000 a year, I have to pay tax on that. I have to file a tax return. But when I do, I get an income tax credit, and it's refundable. That means the IRS sends me a check. So they don't count that, and the American people pay for that. But the Census Bureau says that doesn't count in determining poor. You know what else they don't count? They don't count food stamps. Huh? Real, strong drugs is the only possible explanation for that. For them to not even count food stamps. You know what else they don't count? Housing subsidies. Section 8 vouchers, getting to live in a place for free. You know what else they don't count? Utility bill subsidies. They don't count Medicaid. They don't count free school meals. You know why? Because if they counted it, you know how many Americans would be living in poverty? 1%. And that is a natural fact. I'm going to give you an example. Let's suppose you're a mom with 2 kids. And you're poor, you work, you make $11,000 a year. Okay? In determining whether that mom is poor, the Census Bureau counts her income and counts any payments she gets, as I said, from welfare. But that mom with 2 children making $11,000 a year is going to get back from the federal government $4,100 in refundable earned income tax credits. Remember what I just talked about? The Census Bureau said, oh, doesn't matter, not real money. That mom is going to get back $3,400 in a check in child tax credits. That mom is going to receive $9,200 in food stamps. That mom is going to receive $9,500, or at least she'll be eligible to receive in housing subsidies. That mom is going to receive $900 in utility bill subsidies, $16,000 in Medicaid for her and her 2 children, and $31 a year for free school lunches at school for her 2 kids. And let's suppose on top of that, she gets $6,600 a year in welfare payments. And remember, the Census Bureau says all this stuff doesn't count. The only thing that counts is the lady works and makes $11,000 a year, and she gets $6,600 in welfare payments. So her income is only $17,600, and she's below the poverty line. Wrong. You don't have to be Euclid to be able to figure out that if you add up the TANF money and the $11,000 that she earns and the refundable child tax credit and the refundable earned income tax credit and the food stamps and the housing subsidies and the utility bill subsidies and the Medicaid and the free school lunches that I just talked about, you know what her income is? $64,100. Tax-free. But yet the Census Bureau says she's below the poverty level. Now look, I'm not here to begrudge this lady, this hypothetical person. I'm going to say it again. American people are the most generous people in the world. We help our neighbors. But the American people put up this money. And they ought to get credit. And when the Census Bureau, which has been telling us since 1974, they've been lying to us. They have been lying to us. They learned to lie over there before they learned to talk. They need to redefine the poverty level in America and the definition of poverty. And it's the Census Bureau's job, and that's what I talked to the good Secretary Howard Lutnick about. And I talked to him in committee, and he said he'd work on it, and I thank him for that, and I'm going to chase him like he stole Christmas until he does it. I'm going to chase him like he stole Christmas and Thanksgiving. He can do it with a rule or regulation. I've introduced a bill. Again, the purpose of this is not take any money away from anybody. The purpose of this is to tell the American people the truth. That they're the most generous people in the world, and they should be proud of that. And this mom, poor mom of two, she's not just getting around $17,000 a year. She's getting almost $65,000 a year tax-free. But the American people get no credit. And you know why? Because there's so many people in the bureaucracy, they want us to think everybody's poor. So they can go back and back and back to the taxpayer. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary Lutnick, with all the respect I can muster, please fix this. Please fix it. And I'm going to keep bringing it up until you do. I'll pass a bill if I can, but it's going to be kind of tough. The short way home here is to have the Secretary, I don't mean disrespect, have the Secretary do his job. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President, I suggest I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, whatever Tony said, I repeat. Say it again.
As unanimous consent, the scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
You had too much coffee. I can't understand.
That the scheduled roll call vote begin.
I asked, Mr. President, that the scheduled roll call begin immediately.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ryan McCormack of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Transportation for Policy, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate the debate on the nomination of Ryan McCormack of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Transportation for Policy shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Deans. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormack. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Haggerty, Kennedy, McCormack, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Reed, Shaheen, and Slotkin. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hirono, no.
I was kind of waiting for her to come up and yell at you. 'Cause why not?
Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mrs. Height-Smith, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
I hope that somebody's.
Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye.
Well, she's just, but that's good. Her leg probably weighs a whole pound, like the one she lost, so she weighs 4 pounds.
Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 60, the nays are 34. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've come to the floor with my friend and colleague from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto, to seek unanimous consent to pass 2 non-controversial bills as a bipartisan pair. The first is H.R. 2815. This is sponsored by Congressman Begich from Alaska. It is the identical companion to my Cape Fox Land Entitlement Finalization Act. And the second is H.R. 972, sponsored by Representative Dina Titus of Nevada. It's the identical companion to Senator Cortez Masto's Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act. Mr. President, these are important bills to those in southeastern Alaska and in Nevada. Probably won't make headlines out of those 2 areas, but they are very significant and important bills. For more than 5 decades, the Cape Fox bill will finally complete the land entitlement for the native village of Saxman in southeast Alaska. The Sloan Canyon bill will facilitate construction of a water pipeline in the Las Vegas Valley. This is critical infrastructure for hundreds of thousands of people. These are House-passed bills, okay? So they can go directly to the President's desk to be signed into law. I mentioned that they're both non-controversial. Their pairing is also non-controversial. And there are no objections on the merits, on the substance to either one of them. Both have had full process in the Senate over the course of multiple Congresses. So if these look familiar, it's because we have seen them before. Both these bills passed the Senate by unanimous consent at the end of 2024, so over a year ago. Our cloakrooms on both sides of the aisle hotlined them again 6 weeks ago, and so that's what brings us here today as we're still trying to move them. Mr. President, we've kind of gotten to a really difficult and frustrating as much as anything, time in our process. People are wondering, they're asking me, those in the Ketchikan-Saxman area, what's the holdup here? If everybody is supportive of this, why is it taking so long and proving so hard for Congress to agree on things? And well, I don't have a good answer for that. I'm not sure that there is one. But again, we're trying to move non-controversial bills through a process that requires support and consent on both ends of this building. And this end of the building has said yes, and things are getting stuck over on the other side. And rather to point fingers and call names, I want to unstick things. I want to have us know that we can move these bills that are important in our communities and in our regions, and they don't get taken hostage, if you will, by the other body as they're trying to figure out how they gain leverage over something else here. That's not fair to the constituents that we represent. That's not fair to the lawmakers who are working very hard to try to advance their bills. And so I appreciate the discussion that I've had with my colleagues here on the floor about a way, a process, a dialogue that needs to be had with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And so there's a few bills that we are looking at today specifically, but I think it goes to a bigger concern that needs to be addressed in a way that is going to work for other members who are also trying to advance their bills into full passage by law. So my commitment to my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle and on the Democrat side of the aisle is let's leave from here. Let's make the calls to set up the sit-downs with our colleagues on the other side, in the other body, to talk about how we're going to move these in a way that is fair and does not penalize the members, the communities we need to do right by our own process, and I would just suggest that we need to be doing more than we are, so that we are not in a situation where we are waiting months and months and months to be able to see these matters resolved. Before I make any motion on these bills, I want to yield to Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today along with my good friend and colleague from Alaska, Senator Murkowski, to ask for the passage of both H.R. 2815 and H.R. 972. As you've heard, they've already passed the House. There's been extensive hearing there, work to be done. I also know that, let me talk a little bit about H.R. 972. This is the Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Water Pipeline Act. This is the same bill that this chamber already passed by unanimous consent last Congress. And right now, almost 40% of Las Vegas residents and businesses depend on this South Valley lateral pipeline. That's one single pipeline for nearly 3 million people. And that pipeline is 25 years old. In 10 years from now, it will reach 95% capacity, and it won't be able to safely and reliably serve Las Vegans long term. This bill that we were hopefully are passing today will allow the Southern Nevada Water Authority to build a new pipeline that will improve the reliability and capacity of our existing water system. It will protect the water supply for nearly half of our Las Vegas residents and businesses. And if you're from the West, water is the issue. My colleague from California knows this. This is why I appreciate the conversation we've had today. Let me just say this. As the member of leadership in the Democratic caucus, as well as a member of Energy and Natural Resources and the ranking member on the Public Land Subcommittee, I couldn't agree more with not only the comments Senator Murkowski has said about our challenges and the work we need to do to pass several pieces of legislation in both houses to the benefit of our constituents, and my commitment to do just that. I also understand and respect my colleague from California. We work so closely on so many issues, from water issues to land issues. I understand his frustration. I understand his concern that there is a lack of movement with some of these important bills that we all need to work on together. So I make a commitment to him to use whatever authority power I have to get this unstuck, to make sure that we're working together to address your concerns, which are completely valid, and to move forward as quickly as we possibly can, whether that is requiring meetings amongst the bicameral, the House members of jurisdiction, making sure we're, as a Senate caucus, this is a priority, working with our Republican colleagues as well. I really appreciate you bringing this to everyone's attention in the way that you have, and I think it's important for us to continue to move forward together now to follow through and unstick a lot of the challenges that we are seeing with these lands bills and the bills that we need to get passed in both chambers. So I thank you, and I will yield to Senator Murkowski.
And we speak about the frustrations. There's always room for frustration around here, but I share the many concerns from my friend from California. 3 of my bills and ones that you also care about, and more that I have co-sponsored, are also pending over there. And so this is not just the 3 of us sharing that we need to find a path forward, but I think it is also an effort and a need to find a path forward, working with the House to move these bills forward. And in the meantime, here in the Senate, we need to keep doing our work, but we can't forget that that we've got the other body that we need to have. We need to have a working relationship, and passage of the bills requires just that. So I think today we want to get focused on outcomes, pushing to pass the bills where we can, however we can, whether they start with an HR or an S, not caring about who gets the credit, but just making sure that we're advancing some laws here. So, Mr. President, As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Further, that the bills be considered read a third time and passed en bloc, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc. H.R. 2815, Cape Fox Land Entitlement Finalization Act of 2025, and H.R. 972, Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I've been down here many times and have spoken up in committee many times as we try to create a better way of ensuring that we indeed have a fair and bipartisan and bicameral approach to the consideration and passage of public lands bills. And I certainly understand my colleagues' frustration with how the public lands process is currently playing out. As I'm glad that they're acknowledging, I too share that frustration. But I also can't believe we can't create a scenario where the Senate completely cedes to the House the ability to pick and choose which public lands bills are allowed to be sent to the White House. Regardless of who's in the majority, the process has historically been both bicameral and bipartisan, and we need to get back to that. So as I said publicly, and as I've reminded them privately, my objection to these bills is not on the substance. And my objection is not an objection forever. And so I appreciate what my colleagues have offered to join me in this effort to push leadership of both parties, of the committees in both houses, to convene and create that process that isn't just going to be a fair consideration of my proposals or their proposals, but all the proposals that come from the Senate through Natural Resources Committee, give them a shot for consideration on the House side and proper consideration for signature by the President of the United States. So my colleague from Alaska, not just a member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, but her leadership on the Committee of Indian Affairs. Not all public lands bills involve Indian country, but many indeed do, including some of mine that have been in the pipeline. Appreciate her willingness to bring her authority and role in her caucus to bear in this effort and conversation. My colleague from the Center of Nevada, a member of, not just a member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, but a member of the leadership team on the Democratic side here in the Senate. I appreciate her willing to bring her authority and power to bear in advancing this conversation. So for today, I shall not object on these two bills, but reiterate my frustration, and I'm glad to be joined by two additional colleagues in trying to push, again, leadership, both sides of the aisle, not just the Senate committee, but the House committee, to establish a fair way forward for all members in all of our proposals. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank not only the senator from California, my colleague, Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada, as we have worked through this. Know that you do have my commitment to try to address not only the matters that are on your specific docket today, but again, to try to find a better path forward for all the legislation that means so much to so many of us in our communities. And I thank you for the courtesy today.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss a matter that will likely be before the body next week, a vote on my bipartisan war power resolution to advance the proposition we shouldn't be at war against Iran without a vote of Congress. And I want to take a few minutes today to put this into a context that we may all be discussing a little more next week. I believe very strongly that a war with Iran today is both unnecessary and dangerous. And I want to spend a little bit of time talking about why we are at this moment right now where President Trump, as recently as Tuesday night in the State of the Union, is suggesting that we may possibly need to be at war with the nation of Iran. Mr. President, the history of relations between the United States and Iran from the beginning of the 20th century to now is very, very tragic. The U.S. and Iran were generally allies from the turn of the 1900s until the early 1950s. In the middle of World War II, at the Tehran Conference, President Roosevelt, Prime Minister Churchill, and leader Stalin basically devised what would be the boundaries of the current-day Iran, and that is essentially stuck. Iran's prehistory was very complicated, and the U.S. earned really significant goodwill from the Iranian people and the Iranian government in being involved in that discussion. We continued being seen as a real ally of Iran. In the early 1950s, after having had essentially a dictatorship or monarchy, Iran elected a popular prime minister. The British government was worried about that government, the Iranians' government, efforts to potentially nationalize British oil assets. And so the British government tried to talk the United States into a military action to topple the government of Iran. The U.S. refused and convinced Britain not to do it. But later in 1953, the U.S. and Britain together arranged, and this is basic facts, no supposition, no opinion here, the U.S. and Britain joined in an effort to foment a coup d'etat that toppled the popularly elected government of Iran and installed Reza Pahlavi as the Shah of Iran over the objections of the Iranian people. We did that. Britain did that. The United States then funded the training of a secret police operation in Iran, the Savak, that between 1953 and 1979 perpetrated gross human rights abuses against the Iranian people. This is a history that's not that well known to Americans, but a history that's very well known to Iranians. That dictatorship and the human rights abuses perpetrated by the Savak and the Pahlavi regime eventually led to an uprising in Iran in 1979. And Ayatollah Khomeini and other opposition leaders toppled the Pahlavi regime and took control of the Iranian government. Most Americans remember that Iranian protesters stormed the United States embassy, took 52 hostages in that embassy and held them for 440 plus days. It was not as a result of the change in regime, but there was an additional fact. After the regime changed, the Shah of Iran sought to come to the United States for refuge and medical treatment. The State Department urged President Carter not to allow it on the grounds they were trying to at least maintain some positive future relationship with the Iranian government. But the U.S. allowed the Shah of Iran to come into the United States for medical treatment and care, and that led Iranian protesters to attack the American embassy. That was a horrible, unlawful act, and the hostages held for 444 days were treated very, very badly. But that then led to a series of back and forth between the United States and Iran. The United States in the 1980s funded Iraq in an 8-year war against Iran that cost hundreds of thousands of Iranian lives. The U.S. supplied military assets to Iraq, to Saddam Hussein, to carry out war against Iran. We transferred military assets, including chemical weapons, to Saddam Hussein that were used against the Iranian population. The Iranian population grew to have a deep distrust and fear and even hatred of the United States because of this toppling of the prime minister through the U.S. funding of a war against Iran. During this Iran-Iraq war, the USS Vincennes, a Navy ship, accidentally shot down an Iranian airliner in the region, killing more than 250 Iranian civilians. It was an accident, but Iran didn't believe it was an accident because they knew that the U.S. was funding Iraq in a war against it, and they viewed that attack on their civilian aircraft as something that they could not countenance. As this was happening, then Iran funded Shia militias and terrorist groups that bombed the Marine barracks in Beirut in the early 1980s as the Iran-Iraq war was going on and the U.S. was funding war against Iran. This back and forth started to escalate. Later, as you all know, the United States invaded Iran's two neighbors, to the west, Iraq, to the east, Afghanistan, put U.S. troops all around Iran in its neighborhood. And Iran interpreted those invasions as of a piece with the toppling of their government and the downing of the commercial aircraft and the funding of the Iraq war. And so by the time we get into the 2000s, the depth of enmity between the United States and Iran was so intense. The Iranian regime chants death to America because of this history, and we were friends just 60 or 70 years ago. We took a fundamental turn in the relationship and opened the path for a potential new chapter in U.S.-Iranian relationships when, during the Obama administration, the United States, European allies, and China and Russia joined together to negotiate with Iran to curb their nuclear program. And I wrote a piece of legislation, the Iran Nuclear Review Act, that led to a vote on the floor of the Senate on a diplomatic treaty with Iran to curb their nuclear program. The diplomatic treaty on the first page, in the first paragraph, in the first sentence, had this declaration: Iran reaffirms that it will never seek to purchase, acquire, or develop a nuclear weapon. And the agreement contained other provisions limiting for many years Iranian centrifuge production, Iranian enhancement of uranium. It compelled significant inspections of the Iranian facilities by the International Atomic Energy Agency. This deal was a solid deal that, for the first time in 60 years, actually had us around the table with a party that had grown to be an enemy, together with other allies, but also adversaries like Russia and China, to control Iran's nuclear program. Many of you know that in President Trump's first term, over the objection and advice of his first Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, and his first Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, who told President Trump, please maintain the JCPOA, please maintain the agreement that curtails Iran's nuclear program, and use U.S. sanctions against other Iranian behavior, bad actions in the region, human rights violations, development of missile programs. The JCPOA allowed the U.S. and other nations to use sanctions to punish Iran for non-nuclear activity. And President Trump's team told him, keep the deal in place and use the sanctions against some of these other bad behaviors. Contrary to the advice of these seasoned foreign policy professionals, seasoned defense professionals, Donald Trump tore up the JCPOA, and the United States walked away from it, even though our allies said that it was working, even though China and Russia said that it was working, and even though the International Atomic Energy Agency said that it was working. The consequences of abandoning that deal were very obvious at the time. If the U.S. walked away from a deal that was working, so would Iran. And so they began again to enhance the enrichment of uranium. They began again to produce centrifuges. They ceased allowing the intrusive inspections that had been a component of the JCPOA. But that wasn't the only effect of President Trump abandoning the deal. The parties around the table, our allies who had worked with us on it, couldn't believe that the U.S. was walking away from diplomacy. It weakened trust with our allies, and maybe more importantly, we had China and Russia, two of our great adversaries today, at the table with us to make sure there was not a nuclear Iran. And by walking away from the deal, we further poisoned relationship with those nations who now pose such challenge to the United States. And Mr. President, there was an additional consequence. We were in the middle of negotiating with North Korea about limits to their nuclear program. As soon as they saw the United States abandon a deal that was working, they stopped negotiating with us over limits to their nuclear program. Why would we do a deal with the United States if the U.S. will back out of it? And there has been no real and meaningful progress about the denuclearization of North Korea since the U.S. decided to pull the plug on the JCPOA. So here's where we are today. We have an armada around Iran. The president has said multiple times, and when he says it, you got to believe it, because he bombed Iran in the summer, that he has potentially on the verge of going to war with Iran. What does it mean to have the Armada? Let me use a Virginia example. The USS Ford carrier is now positioned near Iran to be used in the case of an attack. Carrier deployments, and the USS Ford deploys out of Virginia, thousands of sailors. Carrier deployments normally last about 7 months. The carrier was in the Middle East. President Trump ordered the Ford to go to the Caribbean to be a show of force around Venezuela. The Ford steamed to the Caribbean. Now the president has ordered the Ford back to the Middle East. A normal deployment for a carrier is 7 months. This is a deployment that is now going to be 11 months long. Our sailors who thought they were going to be home seeing their families for Christmas, it's now going to be 11 months, and it will be the longest deployment of any carrier since the Vietnam War. And our sailors are just ready to be home. The problems with the Ford are almost ones that I don't want to talk about on the floor. Many of the toilets on the Ford are inoperable. These are the kinds of things that happen during a deployment, and that's why you limit a deployment to certain months. You get the ship back in port, you fix it up. The Ford is in tough shape right now and needs to come back to port so that the sailors can see their families, but also that the quality of life and morale on the Ford are in dramatic decline. And so we are at a precipice with U.S. military troops arrayed around Iran. And I just want to say this: war is unnecessary and war is dangerous, and then I will conclude. War is unnecessary. The president says we may need to go against Iran to stop their nuclear program. We had stopped it through diplomacy. Do we really prefer war to diplomacy? And President Trump, in the bombing of Iran in the summer, you'll remember he said we had obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. Well, if that was true 6 months ago, there is no need for us to invade Iran now to stop their nuclear ambitions. The president has said we may need to go to war against Iran to protect the protesters. There are protesters against dictatorial governments all over the world. Are we going to put our sons and daughters into harm's way against those nations to protect protesters? And I have to say, I don't really accept that the president is that worried about Iranian protesters. Why not? The president is currently deporting people to Iran. Iranians who are in the United States who do not have appropriate immigration status, even Iranian Christians, even Iranian dissidents who would be subject to persecution if they are returned to Iran. President Trump has now sent more than 100 of them back to Iran. If he really cared about the rights of Iranians and how they would be treated by their government, he wouldn't be doing that. And finally, the president has said Iran has ballistic missiles. They do. But the U.S. overmatch to Iran's military is so dramatic that any effort by the Iranians to use missiles, and there's been no evidence that that is their intent against the United States unless we use missiles against them, we would obliterate that capacity in an instant were they to use it. War is unnecessary. Mr. President, war is dangerous. War is dangerous for the United States troops. We have put troops all around Iran, all around its borders, in Lebanon, in Israel, in Syria, in Iraq. We not only have troops, we have consulates, for example, in Erbil in the Kurdish section of northern Iraq. U.S. assets are everywhere. We can do a great job of protecting an awful lot of territory, but it would not be hard for even an overmatched nation like Iran, if they are attacked, to reach out and do harm to the U.S. troops or U.S. consulates or U.S. civilians. And for what? This is dangerous to U.S. troops, and I say this as a father of a United States Marine representing a state that is one of the most military states in the nation. War is dangerous to the region. When the United States has believed it could change regimes before in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, what has it gotten us? What has it gotten us? Has it created a more stable region? Hardly. Hardly. To think that we could go in at the barrel of a gun and invade a nation and guarantee that lives lost or injured and that would be worth it because we would be producing something, would be making a prediction about the Middle East that has not been borne out by events of the last 25 years. War is dangerous to broader diplomacy. We had the nations of the world, both our friends in Europe and China and Russia, around the table, and we broke a diplomatic deal, and it would suggest that we are preferring war to diplomacy. Why would nations want to engage in diplomacy with us if they can't trust the United States to stick to our word? Finally, war is dangerous to the United States economy. An invasion of Iran would immediately lead to dramatic increases in the price of oil. American citizens, Virginians, are already laboring under costs that are too high for energy, for health, for groceries, for building supplies. The last thing we need is an unnecessary war that will drive energy prices even higher. War also risks inciting other dictators. If the United States can decide, well, we're going to invade a sovereign nation because we want to do it, what is our ability to stand and justly criticize Vladimir Putin and Russia for invading Ukraine? What argument could we have to China to suggest that they shouldn't incur upon and invade Taiwan? The U.S. should uphold a moral standard so that we can look others in the eye and say, you should uphold the moral standard. We would badly degrade our ability to prevent dictators from invading other sovereign nations if we were to get into a war with Iran. Look, Iran's not a good guy. Iran is a bad guy. Iran punishes protesters. Iran is engaged in all kinds of activity in the region, funding terrorist groups in Syria, in Iraq, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, the Houthis in Yemen. They're doing that. They're doing that at the expense of their own people. Iran engages in activities far away from the Middle East. They have had to remove their ambassadors from nations as far-flung as Morocco and Australia because of activities that are designed in those countries to destabilize them. Iran funded a bombing of a Jewish cultural center in Argentina a couple of decades ago, and they still haven't been held to account of it. So they're not a good guy, they're a bad guy. But are they worth wasting U.S. lives, U.S. money, U.S. credibility over? Let's use other tools like sanctions and not use our own kids' lives to deal with this threat. I'll conclude and just say this. My time as governor from 2006 to 2010 coincided with the mass deployment of Virginians into wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And as the governor of Virginia, I had an authority over members of the Virginia National Guard. And the Virginia National Guard deployed in the thousands to Iraq and Afghanistan. And I went to the deployments, and I went to the homecomings, and I went to the wakes, and I went to the funerals. Some of these are too emotional for me to describe on the floor. But in an odd way, one of the most emotional was a day that I went to the Virginia War Memorial to watch a homecoming. U.S. troops coming out of Afghanistan had landed at a base in New Jersey, and they had hopped on a bus to come back to Virginia to reunite with their families. They exited the bus. They got in formation, and their commander announced that this National Guard unit was now returned, all present and accounted for. I knew that commander. He had been a Richmond police officer, and he was deployed with his unit. And I saw in his face that for that entire 6-month deployment, he labored under the incredible strain of wanting to be able to say those words at the end of the deployment, all present and accounted for. And I saw him say those words, and I saw the care and the tension and the fear melt away. And it made me think of the other homecomings I had been to where the commander couldn't say those words. And it made me think about them and what they had labored under. I made a vow when I came to this body that I would do everything in my power to fight tooth and nail against sending our sons and daughters into unnecessary wars. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. I've voted for war authorizations. If we need to go to war to defend this country, then those who've signed up to do that, knowing that that might be a possibility, they're ready to serve us to defend the nation. But an optional war at the whim of a president, ordering troops here and there around the globe as if they're a palace guard for no articulated rationale, puts our kids at risk in a completely unacceptable way. We will have a vote next week on something that I believe is just bedrock constitutional law. We shouldn't be at war without a vote of Congress. We shouldn't be at war with Iran unless members of this body have the guts to have a debate and vote and put their thumbprint on it and say, this is in the national interest. No shortcuts, no end runs around Congress, no end runs around debate in front of the American people and laying out the stakes for them. I can't believe that Virginia, one of the most military states in the country, is so different than other parts of this nation. I can't believe that this nation is like itching for another war in the Middle East. Haven't we learned something from a quarter of century of war in the Middle East? I hope we have. I hope my colleagues will join me next week in suggesting no war unless we vote to authorize it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
I rise today in support of what should be a given. It's already law, common sense, a bill that supports this country and our citizens. I rise today to, in fact, speak on behalf of American citizens and in support of the rule of law. And I rise to say that we have to pass, without delay, the Save America Act. This would require ID to vote. This is something where the vast majority of Americans agree. Democrats, independents, and Republicans, the vast majority agree this should become law. According to the Pew Research Center, that's about 83% of Americans that are in support of ID to vote. Breaking that down into groups, 76% of Black Americans support this idea. 82% of Hispanic Americans support this idea. These are all groups that the Democrats claim this measure would harm. And so my Democrat colleagues, coming up with excuse after excuse after excuse, which I suspect is just distraction from why they're really opposing this, my Democratic colleagues continue to block this reform, and they place partisan politics above the clear will of the American people. The United States of America, which will celebrate its 250th anniversary this year, indeed, this great American experiment, hinges on the sanctity and integrity of our elections. We must protect this institution and safeguard our democracy by ensuring that only Americans are allowed to participate in American elections. This just makes sense. If you need a valid ID to drive, to buy alcohol, to check into a hotel, why would you not need an ID to vote? In fact, even the mayor of NYC is now requiring people to provide IDs to take part in their snow shoveling program. Yet they say it's unreasonable to expect Americans to provide one at the ballot box. Retaining election integrity should not be a partisan issue. It is foundational to our self-government. Save America Act upholds the rule of law, makes sure there are no stronger protections in place. It makes sure there are stronger protections in place across the country to ensure that only citizens can participate in our elections. When voters trust the system, participation increases. Secure elections will strengthen democracy. Ben Franklin famously replied to a bystander after the Constitutional Convention that we have a republic if we can keep it. We must preserve our elections to preserve our republic. And that is why it is so important that we pass the Save America Act. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
Without objection, the question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormack, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Collins, Kane, King, Moody, Mullen, and Risch. Senators voting in the negative: Durbin, Murphy, and Wyden. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. McCormack. Mr. McCormack, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Miss Smith. Miss Smith, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kim? Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 57, the nays are 33. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. I recognize the senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is the end of February, but it sure feels like the beginning because it feels like Groundhog Day. We are in yet another partial government shutdown. We're in it right now. What's interesting is we just had our last vote of the week, and this is still not resolved, and members are all heading back home as if everything's normal, but it's not. Next week, we'll have people that work for the Department of Homeland Security not get a paycheck because it's not funded, because this body has not resolved this. Now, I understand my Democratic colleagues want to defund ICE. I get that. I hear from them over and over again. Let's defund ICE. And their way of defunding ICE is to be able to cut off funding to this particular part of our federal budget. But I think some of my colleagues have lost track of what this means to be able to cut off DHS funding. It's not just cutting off ICE. In fact, ICE is a very small portion of the Department of Homeland Security. There are about 250,000 total employees across all entities in the Department of Homeland Security. ICE has 21,000 of that 250,000 plus. It is a very small group, but they're determined they're going to defund ICE. But what they're actually defunding is not just ICE. They've also defunded U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. They defunded the United States Coast Guard. They defunded Customs and Border Protection. Those are all the folks that actually handle customs duties and produce coming across our border. They've defunded the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. They've defunded FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They've defunded the Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers. They've defunded United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That's ICE, what they were targeting. They've also defunded Secret Service. TSA, those folks that a lot of members are going to go check in with to get on a flight right now, they're not getting a paycheck next week, though they're still working this week. They defunded the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office. Listen, this is a big deal. We just had a shutdown of 43 days, the longest in American history. Those TSA agents lost 2 paychecks during that time period. There are a lot of Americans can't miss one and make it. They missed 2. The TSA agent I walked past a couple of weeks ago caught me as I came through and said, "I feel like my paycheck is bipolar. I never know whether it's going to be there or not." And all I could say to them was, "I'm so sorry, we're trying to get this open." But my Democratic colleagues are so mad at ICE and so determined that they don't want enforcement across the country that TSA agents in my state are not getting a paycheck. What in the world do the TSA agents in my state have to do with the rage against ICE? What in the world do the Coast Guard folks have to do with the rage against ICE? What in the world do the FEMA folks that are handling emergencies in preparation for spring storms and dealing with wildfires across the country, what do they have to do with their rage against ICE? If we want to have an argument about ICE, let's have it. But why are we cutting off the paycheck of folks that work for FEMA because somebody's mad at ICE? That makes no sense to me. And it certainly doesn't make sense to those folks at the airport in my state who work every single day, that show up way earlier than most Americans actually wake up and get up. They're already at their spot early that morning, taking care of passengers, making sure everybody's safe. They have nothing to do with ICE, except now they're not getting a paycheck because somebody's mad at them. Listen, we should be able to resolve our differences in this body and not have other people not get a paycheck because of that. I have worked literally for years across the aisle and in conversation in this body to be able to come up with a very simple, straightforward bill that says when we get to a moment that we haven't resolved everything in funding, when we get to that moment, instead of having a government shutdown, everyone would still be paid. We'd go to what's called a continuing resolution automatically. Everyone would still get paid. The status quo would continue, except one thing. We would not leave. We would be here. The House and the Senate, 7 days a week, we would have to be in session and keep working until we solve the problem. Put the pressure on us. Rather than cutting off the paycheck of somebody who has no ability to be able to make the decision to solve this, why don't you put the pressure on us where it should be to be able to stay here until it's resolved? Now, I want to see my family like everybody else does. There are folks that have all kinds of issues that are happening this weekend. Some are going on Codels, some are heading up overseas, some are going home, some have got elections coming up. There's lots of things that are happening this weekend. I totally understand everyone wanting to be able to get to those spots, but we have unfinished business. We should be here until it's done. And we should hold harmless the folks in Oklahoma airports who are just getting up every day and going to work to protect our country and to protect travelers. We got to figure this out. So we've got 2 issues. One is, let's solve the immediate one right now. Let's actually get the government back open. Let's actually get people paid. My Democratic colleagues have demanded that we have body-worn cameras on ICE agents. We as Republicans have said, we agree. In fact, the bill that you're blocking literally has $20 million in a requirement to have body-worn cameras for law enforcement in the bill that you're blocking. We agree. Body-worn cameras are helpful for law enforcement and for the public to tell the complete story of what actually happened. My Democratic colleagues have demanded that we get de-escalation training for federal officers. We as Republicans have said, yeah, we agree with that as well. In fact, the bill that you're blocking, that you refuse to even take up, actually includes money for de-escalation training on it. And there's not some trick on it. It's the actual issue that everyone seems to be addressing right now. This is about the drama of the moment in trying to be able to prove that you oppose Trump. Okay, we get it. You don't like President Trump. But what I don't get is, why are the folks that work for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, why are the folks that work at TSA, why are the Coast Guard members, why are the folks that handle weapons of mass destruction, why are the folks that handle cybersecurity for our nation, why are we not paying them while we're having this political fight? This may be good political drama, but for the 250,000 federal employees that are getting up and going to work without a paycheck this week, it's not drama to them. It's a problem that we need to solve. So let's finish up these negotiations, and let's actually pass a bill that long-term says we'll never have another one of these. I long for the day when I sit with my grandchildren one day and they say, tell me about the time that the government used to shut down when Congress had arguments. And we would say, yeah, there was a time that used to happen, but we fixed that. So that doesn't happen anymore. Let's solve this. We're supposed to be the adults in the room to be able to resolve our differences. Let's figure this out for the sake of all those folks that are working every day to protect our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, this year marks the
We're in a quorum call.
We're in a quorum call. I move for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this year marks the 250th anniversary of America's founding. And this year should be a celebration of our nation and all those who have make it what it is. The story of our nation is a story of diversity, of people of different races, religions, and national origins coming together to build something bigger than any one of us. The story should be told in its totality. But we have a regime that fears diversity and is trying to erase it from our history. From directing the National Park Service to remove aspects of American history from exhibits, such as slavery, to targeting immigrant communities across the country, to its all-out war on diversity and inclusion. Trump's regime is attempting to rewrite history and create a white America that never existed in the first place. The Native peoples were here first. This country would not be what it is today without the social, economic, and cultural contributions and the many sacrifices of historically marginalized but important communities. As we celebrate 250 years of America, it is critical that we tell their stories, stories that are central to the country and truly define our communities. One such story is the revitalization of native languages, including the Hawaiian language. Since 2023, February has been recognized by the state of Hawaii as Mahina Olelo Hawaii, or Hawaiian Language Month. Following the colonization of the Hawaiian Islands by English-speaking Westerners, the Hawaiian language, also known as Olelo Hawaii, was nearly driven to extinction. After the illegal overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1893, a law was enacted effectively barring the teaching of Olelo Hawaii across the islands. As a result, the use of Olelo Hawaii sharply declined and the language came close to extinction. Thankfully, cultural practitioners, educators, and community members like Murray Kavenapukui, author of the Hawaiian Language Dictionary, kept the language alive until interest in learning Hawaiian increased during the Hawaiian Cultural Renaissance in the 1970s. In 1978, Olelo Hawaii was finally recognized as an official language of the state of Hawaii. Quite the contrast to President Trump's executive order designating English as the language of our country. Olelo Hawaii has been reintroduced to the public education system, and Hawaiian language immersion schools have been established throughout the state to continue to revitalize and protect this important aspect of Hawaiian culture. The designation of February as Mahina Ohina Hawaii serves as a testament to the resilience of the Native Hawaiian community and the importance of Hawaiian history and culture. Indigenous languages are an important part of our country's history and fabric. A curriculum similar to what is used in our Hawaiian immersion schools has also been used by other indigenous groups to foster and revive their languages. In 2016, for example, a group of Hawaii educators from our Punana Leo immersion schools in Hawaii traveled to the Midwest and mentored a language institute of the Ojibwe tribe. There, the group shared their methodology and curricula to support the Institute's program and help preserve the Ojibwe language. I'm really proud that the resurgence of Native Hawaiian language is used as an example for other Native groups to learn how they can use similar programs to preserve their very special native languages. So celebrating the survival and revitalization of these indigenous languages help to preserve and strengthen the cultural diversity of our communities. Because while much has changed since the founding of our nation, the through line of America has always been our diversity. So Trump and Republicans can continue to tell their cherry-picked version of American history, but they cannot erase the truth of our diversity. As we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, we reaffirm our commitment to upholding and fostering that diversity, to protecting the culture of communities that were here before us, and to ensuring the stories of our country and the Americans who make it so great are told in full. Mr. President, I yield back. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President,
Recognize the senator from Indiana.
ask for unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we leave for the weekend, I wanted to take a moment and just come down to the floor and give the President a lot of credit for a great State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. It was my 8th State of the Union speech. I spent 8 years in the House, and now the second State of the Union speech I've heard as the United States Senator for Indiana. And it was truly the best State of the Union speech that I've ever heard. And it was especially important to me, special for me, rather, to have my younger brother, 10 years younger than me, Bradley Banks from Columbia City, up in the gallery in the House to watch the State of the Union speech. He too loves President Trump and what he stands for, and to have him be my special guest was a special moment for me, for him to experience a great speech as well. As President Trump said 2 nights ago, the State of the Union is strong, and that's thanks to President Trump and his great leadership. It's been incredible to see what a difference just 1 year makes, and what a difference President Trump has made in this first year of his second term, especially after 4 disastrous years with President Joe Biden in the White House. President Trump listed a number of reasons why the State of the Union is strong, but just to name a few of those reasons and give President Trump a lot of credit, because of him, our border is completely secure. What a night and day difference that is from what it was just a little over a year ago when President Trump came back into office. Inflation is at its lowest level in more than 5 years, thanks to President Trump. Gas prices are down below $2.30 in most states. Incomes are rising again. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since President Trump's election in 2024. Fentanyl moving into our country is down 56%. The murder rate has had its single largest decline in American history. In America, is respected on the world stage, perhaps unlike ever before because of President Trump's incredible leadership. As President Trump said at the State of the Union, quote, "Our country is winning again." I loved hearing that from him. It made me so proud to be a United States Senator serving with President Trump in the White House once again. And while President Trump was celebrating our country, while he was saying that we have, quote, achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before and a turnaround for the ages, Republicans stood to applaud while Democrats sat in their seats. It was really shocking, Mr. President, to see Democrats refusing to stand up and cheer for American greatness. It was shocking to me. I couldn't believe it. While President Trump asked Congress to stand up and show support if they agreed that, quote, the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens, the Democrats sat in their seats. They refused to stand up and cheer and stand with President Trump, with all of us, Mr. President, on the Republican side, and agree to that simple statement. None of them agreed, not a single one of them, not a single Democrat in the House chamber, House members or senators on the Democrat side, none of them agreed that the American government should prioritize their own people above everyone else, especially those who come here illegally. What a disgrace. I'll never forget that moment, standing and agreeing with President Trump and clapping and cheering and in agreement with him that it is our fundamental duty, the first duty that we have in this government, to put our own citizens over those who come here illegally. Democrats would rather be spectators to America's demise than champions of American greatness. That's what it told me when I saw them sitting in their seats and all of us standing in agreement and cheering for American greatness and what makes this country great as expressed by President Trump. When President Trump urged Congress to pass the Delilah Law, which I introduced in the Senate yesterday, and what the bill does is it keeps our roads safe from illegal immigrant truck drivers. Delilah, a beautiful 7-year-old girl up in the audience in the gallery with her dad. When she was 5 years old, she was hit by an illegal immigrant driving a semi-truck and seriously injured. Even to this day, she's made a remarkable recovery, but still injured to this day. When President Trump called on us, Mr. President, to pass the Delilah Law, to stop illegals from driving on our roads and driving a semi-truck with a trailer, when he called on us to pass a simple common sense bill to take CDLs away from illegal immigrants, Democrats once again refused to stand up and acknowledge that that's the right thing to do, that will save lives in our country by getting illegals out of semi-trucks. They couldn't stand and applaud for a lot of other things either. Mr. President, the President of the United States in his speech talked about lowering prescription drug prices. Republicans stood in agreement with him, and Democrats sat on their hands. The President talked about no taxes on tips, a big part of our signature tax cuts for working families bill that we passed last year. I can remember distinctly on the campaign trail, Democrats talking about no taxes on tips, and then every one of them voted against it. And when President Trump championed it in his State of the Union speech, Republicans stood in agreement and Democrats sat on their hands. The President talked about passing the largest tax cut in American history for working class families like yours and mine, Mr. President, a tax cut that is significant. In Indiana right now, by the way, early tax returns for Hoosiers, 10.9% increase in those tax returns from a year before. That's real. That's significant money in the pockets of hardworking Hoosier families, people who go to factories every day or work in hourly wage jobs, the real hardworking men and women that make my state and this country great. When President Trump talked about that and how significant that is, Republicans stood in agreement and cheered for it, and Democrats sat on their hands. The president talked about banning radical transgender operations. Again, common sense. Republicans stood in agreement and cheered in support of President Trump's common sense policies to protect our kids. Democrats sat on their hands. He talked about so many other issues. It was one issue after another that puts the American people, the American workers, American families first and in a better position. Republicans stood in agreement. Democrats sat on their hands. Mr. President, as a son of a retired factory worker, my dad worked at Dana Corporation in Fort Wayne. He made axles. He got up early every morning. Sometimes he worked the third shift all night long, belonged to a union. He was a hard-working union man all of his working life at the factory, and put food on the table, provided for our family. As a son of a factory worker, and the grandson of a union coal miner who was a FDR Democrat, right? I mean, my grandpa, my family, they thought the Democrat Party represented the working man. It's clear to me, Mr. President, now that this is not my grandpa's Democrat Party. My brother Bradley, who works for the Columbia City Street Department, gets up every morning and he happens to have a CDL. He drives the snow plow. He works hard to keep our small hometown in Northeast Indiana clean and the streets taken care of. He doesn't wake up like you and I do every day and think about politics and what's going on in Washington, D.C. He wakes up every day and thinks about working hard to provide for his family. When he sat up in that gallery on Tuesday night and watched this historic State of the Union speech, the longest State of the Union speech ever, but the best State of the Union speech that I've ever seen, he couldn't believe it. He had a view from the gallery watching this speech, watching the president talk about how great our country is, putting people like him in a better position to take care of his family, and the Democrats sat on their hands. They couldn't even cheer on the greatness of America and the good things that are happening in this country. Mr. President, it's clear to me that the Democrats just can't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth that 250 years after this nation's founding, we have so much to be proud of. We are proud of the gold medal U.S. Olympic hockey team, who brought golden glory back to the United States 46 years after the Miracle on Ice. We are proud of our heroic soldiers, like Chief Warrant Officer Eric Slover, and the 100-year-old Navy fighter pilot, Captain Royce Williams, who both received the Congressional Medal of Honor during the State of the Union speech. What a great moment for us to experience on the floor of the House on Tuesday night. And we are proud that the greatest nation in the history of the world will celebrate its 250th birthday in just a few months. Mr. President, the state of our union is strong because President Trump is putting Americans first. 250 years after a small group of brave men founded the greatest nation on earth, the United States remains the best and strongest country ever. We are still a nation of builders, warriors, and champions, and thanks to President Trump, we are stronger than we've ever been before. That's worth getting out of your seat and standing and applauding and cheering and being in support of. Mr. President, I thought the President of the United States gave an incredible State of the Union speech. It was great. It made me very proud to be an American, and I'm grateful for his leadership. With that, I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that the correction to an appointment made of February 24, 2026 be printed in the record. For the information of the Senate, this correction is clerical and does not change membership of the United States Commission on Civil Rights made by the appointment.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 310S2245.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 310S2245, a bill to amend the Digital Coast Act to improve the acquisition, integration, and accessibility of data of the Digital Coast program and to extend the program.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amendment be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 339S1070.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 339S1070, a bill to establish a National STEM Week to promote American innovation and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk: S-Res 617, S-Res 618, S-Res 619, S-Res 620, S-Res 621, S-Res 622.
Is there objection to proceeding? En bloc? Without objection, the Senate shall proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate completes its business today and stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, March 2nd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to Cal 343, H.R. 6644. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to Cal 343, H.R. 6644 ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.